Right here, huh? Sorry? No, so you shouldn't have in front. Out of here. A mid shot. But you don't want to see that. Angeline?
Yeah.
Also
this.
Sharon is not?
Yeah, Sharon is not there, so Angeline will captain.
Alright, come stand on that side. The camera. And where's the
Match referees here, match manager. Scorer for the day is what's your name, scorer?
Adesh?
Nani, N-I?
N-A?
N-I. The shady.
Adesh.
Yeah, sure.
From there you can go and get it. Hi.
Very long time. Yeah. What is our target? From 2000, that's 23 years. 22 years. Okay, so you can mention that as well. So the introduction will go with that. He'll call the captain, Angeline and Tripti. So he will. Who's the host team? Will host the team. Last time you tossed her?
Was the last time I shot?
No, that was with Vakra.
So the host team is Al-Sad. Sad is hosting.
Alsad is hosting, so she will toss. Okay. And you can be that side. He will mention your name alone only. Okay. He will not mention.
You come and stand next to the...
Yeah. Just 1 second. Others, can you just come back?
Out of range. Check. Let me ask if they can hear you. Boss, can I hear you talk? Can you hear him talk? Can you talk, please?
Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Testing. Good afternoon and welcome to day 4 of the QCA's Women's T20 Domestic League. I'm Samuel Rico. Nice to have your company as always. We are coming to you live from Education City Cricket Ground. No place better to be this afternoon than right here as a fun-filled day of cricket action is about to get under the way. Al Sadd Strikers hosting Al Bida. Al Sadd looking for their second consecutive win. Al Bida Knights, they are looking for the first competition points. Before we call the captains out, let's call the match manager, Mr. Naseem, a veteran and an elite panel umpire of 23 years. Please come out here, Mr. Naseem. Hey, Alex, salam, Mr. Naseem. You've been at the game for a long time. How have you seen the game evolve?
Firstly, I congratulate QCA for this reigning wonderful women tournament which is going live, and we are officiating tournaments since 2001 myself, but QCA is working for even long ago before time. So it's wonderful changing, it's wonderful to have these ladies, girls, they are for international exposure. Inshallah, I wish for a wonderful tournament. I wish good luck to all the teams. Inshallah, hopefully we'll be always, inshallah, be part of this, and we are happy to be part of this.
And such an initiative tournament, how important is it to Qatar cricket?
Definitely, when you to compete in international level, you need to have this kind of tournament. Should have some exposure and some support and some enthusiasm where they can bring them up to the international standard, because this is one of the key thing where they will think, okay, we are coming now in better place. So previously maybe they were hiding behind, they were doing a lot, they were practicing, they were participating, but now this will help them, inshallah, to bring more up.
Let's see if we can help them with the coin toss. If we call both captains out here, Angeline and Trupti, please make your here.
The head, other would be the left leg is the head, so head and tail. So head and tail, head and tail on.
Trupti's a toss.
Is the call?
Call is
It's tail.
it's tails. So we've got Trupti standing here over here. You've won the toss unlike last week. What is your decision this afternoon?
Yeah, we planned for batting and now we want to toss. So, yeah.
You plan the batting because you've seen over the past couple of weeks, or it's dry, fast, and more suited to your.
Yeah, that's a good thing. But second thing is the hit. So if you go for the batting, at least we can give a more 100% for the two batter only. Rest of the player they can rest and they can save the energy. And second inning we go for the fielding with the 100% energy.
Well, I wish you all the best. Well, Angeline, here.
Our fielding, we're going to try and stop the boundaries that are coming our way and get up. We're going to try and put in pressure on them to not get their first win.
So
I think we can stop them. Like I said, we're going to put pressure on them. We want the second win to get that 4 scores, and then, yeah, keep it going.
Okay, I wish you all the best. There you go. So Al Sadd losing the toss, and the captain Trupti winning that. She's decided to bat. It is a batter's paradise out here tonight. Both captains feeling very comfortable about today's match. Should Al Sadd win, they will go on to 4 competition points, move up and join Al Wakra. But if the Knights are victorious, they'll join Al Sadd in second spot. The weather here is very hot, 38 degrees. There is a slight warm breeze, as you can see, expected to pick up as the day continues. The pitch is dry, very hard, and will provide plenty of bounce. As I said before, it is a batter's paradise. I'll see you very shortly in the studio. Don't go anywhere. We'd love to have your company all afternoon.
Last day, what we discussed, everything is going.
Domestic League. I'm Samuel Rico, sitting with you in the hot seat, coming to you live again from Education City Cricket Ground. Nice to have your company one more time. Another big day for cricket in Doha with the Al Sadd Strikers. They are hosting the Bida Knights. Al Sadd, of course, looking for their second consecutive win, while the Knights are chasing their first ever victory of this competition. And it is a new competition. Full credit to the Qatar Cricket Association and their top management for coming up with such a great initiative. And if you do want to compete at this level and at an elite level, you need to be in it to win it. These are all the competitions required by world cricket. And there are many more in store for Cricket Qatar, as my understanding is. Many surprises coming up for both the women and the men's divisions. So we got a very hot day outside at the moment, 38 degrees. There's a slight warm breeze that's expected to pick up pace as the day progresses. As you can see it now, starting to pick up some dust out there. The pitch is very hard, very fast, a lot of bounce, and favouring the batting team. The batting team today will be the Bida Knights. They Trupti, their captain, won the toss and have elected, unlike last week, that they elected to bat first. It will favour the batting team. We will start a little bit earlier than yesterday, so we don't run into the same problem and run out of light towards the end. And that's what happened yesterday. And Wakra stole the match yesterday. They won by 6 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method, otherwise known as a DLS, a mathematical formula designed to calculate the target score for a team batting second in a limited over cricket match that was interrupted by weather or other circumstances. And we did have some other circumstances yesterday, and that was we ran out of light, basically. Lusail Lioness, they scored 187. They were 4 out for 187. Wakra Challengers chased them 160, got 169. So the match manager, Mr. Naseem, will be with us. There are our 2 umpires. You just saw them on the screen, Muhammad Osman and Furkan Sanjay. I think I've got it right. Forgiveness, Liz. There they are again. Wearing black to attract the heat. A wonderful pitch we're playing at. A big thanks to the Education City for their wonderful ground here. It's so clean, it's so polished. It's a fast track out there. But as the day goes, progresses, as we saw yesterday and we saw last week, it does become a bowler's feast. Let's see what the Bida Knights have got to offer this time. So the players, the opening players making their way to the pitch. So Wakra, they continue to lead the competition after their second victory yesterday. They sit on 4 points. Al Sadd Strikers sit on 2. The Lusail Lioness sit on 0. With the Bida Knights, they are in the bottom part of the competition table. Lusail will stay there until next week at least. Al Bida have a chance to climb up and join the Al Sadd Strikers. Depends on the final score this afternoon. So the 2 batters we have, the captain Trupti Kale, she'll be joined by Alina Khan. Alina Khan was with us in the studio last week. Very well versed with cricket, only a very young player, plenty of spirit and a future ahead of her, as most of these girls have. Angeline Mayer. She will open proceedings for the Al Sadd team.
You can download this app and keep it with you.
I've got
It's
it.
easy. You done it? I'll open it and give it to you. Yeah. No connection.
Because I don't know. So nobody calls.
It's easy.
So Angelina. Good line so far. Where's the text? And the first run of the innings. You are watching the Qatar Cricket Association's Women's T20 Domestic League, coming to you live from Education City, a wonderful ground specifically created for such an event. So Alina to get off the mark. The captain, the filling captain, Angelina, or Angeline, from the knee side. And Alina connects the bat to ball to ease into the match. And a dive and save there by Angelina. Angeline. The breeze is starting to pick up a bit. Breeze, no doubt, will have a huge impact on the final result. Will not affect the pitch as such, but will have an impact on the match as it did yesterday with the bowlers. And I call for a single and rejected. So after the first over, it's none for one. So this is the final match for this weekend. If you missed yesterday's match, Lusail, they took on Wakra and they lost in a thriller under the Ducksworth-Lewis Stone method by 6 runs, which gave Wakra the top spot on the competition table. Sadd follows next. They'll be looking to join Wakra in the top spot this afternoon. Nimra, she'll be coming in from the far end to Truptik on strike. A short run up, and that's beaten. Triptych straight into the keeper's gloves. And the wind playing havoc with the fielder's attire. Nimra. And a swing and miss. The umpire says wide. So it's none for 3 in the second over. Alina on strike. Nimra with more direct delivery, good length, well supported by the keeper. There on hand. That's swung out a little bit wide, as indicated by the umpire. So 3 wides and a dot ball. And that's better hit, well connected, had some air but safe. Running towards the boundary and picked up centimeters before. Zero for 4, 0 for 6. After those 2 runs. And there was a splendid shot there. The ball's being chased, but it'll definitely beat the Mr. Armstrong is in the house. Armstrong, a journalist and a former player. Not at the elite level, but close to it, back in India. He joins us in the studio to give us his kind words about this match this afternoon. He'll be with us all day, I guess. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
After the second over, it's 0 for 14. Alina on 11. Triptych, the captain, yet to get off the mark. So Armstrong, you've been in Doha now for how many years?
Suppose 16 years.
16 years. So you've seen all types of sports. You've been part of them. You reported on them. I know you're a cricket lover from back home.
how effective is this competition that we are watching today?
It's a nice thing which has happened for cricket, especially for the women's cricket here, because this is the first time that they are having the league competition, and the T20 is the start for all the leagues for women here in Qatar. And before that, they used to only have the practice matches, and now it's the competitive matches are something which are very different compared to practice matches.
And moving forward, how do you see the importance of such a competition?
It builds up the competitive spirit in the players and makes them tough for the actual competition, like the international competitions which they'll be taking part in representing Qatar. And it's always nice to pick up some new talents which are coming up to such competitions.
You're not wrong about that, and there's plenty of talent on offer. Excuse me. All these teams, they do boast some national players. A lot of them have been a part of the training arena, a part of the training squad. So the talent is evenly shared amongst the teams that are competing at this level. And another shot that's been put away for a single.
The weather is very nice, very windy and very cool, and hopefully the winter is moving in and it will be nice and cool days to play cricket.
Yeah, well, we can't wait for winter to come to come quicker than it will. We always pray for the cooler nights and the much cooler days as a cool head sends that one over the boundary. Alina, she seems to be taking control out there. The captain Truptic is not worried about being the supporter in this opening stanza.
Alina has done the bulk of the scoring, 11 in 8 balls, and Trupti is giving her good support, this single of 8 balls. She is the anchor.
So Angeline, she's coming in from the near side. She has 2 balls remaining in her over. It's 0 for 19. Alina on strike. Alina left hand, difficult to bowl to. And she's not sparing anything. Truptic sitting on 1, Alina 15. So we see the wind starting to pick up pace a little. Obviously, it'll have no effect on the pitch itself, but it will have effect on the bowlers and the bats people. A current run rate of 7.5. It's the Bida Knights batting after their captain won the toss. So it's been a voodoo to bat second on this pitch. You know, the way that things are being played. If you're not batting first because of the way the pitch is set out, you're generally guaranteed to lose. But apart from that, Walker was the first team that turned that around, and they only won that under the DLS rule yesterday afternoon.
Hopefully things will be better, change again. They will go against the trend.
Well, every team tells me, every captain that comes up says to me they want to go against the trend, they want to turn the trend around. Walker was first again, but again, like I said to you, it was under different circumstances. Al-Sad looking to extend their lead on the competition table by a victory tonight, whereas the Bida Knights are looking to post their first points on the competition table.
Hopefully, it will be a tough touch and go contest. It will be nice for people watching all over the world this live streaming broadcast and people who have come here to watch the match.
And we welcome everybody who is watching us, and no matter where you may be around the world. If this is your first time watching, make sure you smash that subscribe button. You don't want to miss any news, views and cricket reviews from Qatar or anywhere around the world. You can also find us on our social media platforms, including Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. And also don't forget this channel that you're watching now, Qatar Cricket. We have an application as well that's easy to maneuver around, very user friendly, and has all the information that you need about cricket from both here and all over the globe. Triptych to face Nimra. So Armstrong, how important is it, to begin the match with a great partnership at the crease?
20 overs.
And there's a big call. It's given out. It's given out. It was a great ball. Had plenty of height. The keeper was there to assist, and out she goes. That's a long walk to the stadium.
Trupti is a very hard worker. She works very hard all throughout the year, doing her next practices. She learned her cricket in the back streets of Mumbai, and she is a very dedicated player.
As dedicated as she may be, the umpire has decided to give her a walk back to the stadium where she can join her teammates. Unfortunate for her, she managed only one run before she got bowled out. Alina stays, she survives at the other end. We'll see who she'll be joining very shortly. A great pace, a great bowling and great delivery, good length for Nimra to know exactly what to deliver to the captain, Tuprik.
Yeah, she was strapped. She had nothing to offer, so
Triptych, a lonely one. Alina Khan still not out at 15. She's joined by Khadija. We saw Khadija last week in action as well. She's not shy to smash the ball around the pitch. She enjoys all types of deliveries. She doesn't favour any. So the scorecard reads: Angeline, 7 runs. Nimra, 13 runs with 1 wicket. 3.1 overs. 1 for 20. Khadija on strike. She takes a wild swing at that and immediately off the mark. They're looking for second. Khadija says no, just the 2 will do. Nimra again has been put away. There's a woman chasing the ball out there. They've gone for 2. Ball back comes up short to the keeper. They're thinking about 3 and decided against it. Nimra from the far end.
they are off for a single. The score rate is 23 for 1 in 3.3 overs. The run rate is 6.57.
There's our umpires for this afternoon, Mohammed Osman and Furkan Sangi, the match manager, and an elitist panel umpire, Naseem.
There was a confusion between the batsmen near run out, but they are both back into the safety of their crease. No damage done.
Good recovery by Alina Khadija to ensure that they hold on to their spots. A couple of words to the wicketkeeper from the umpire. So this is probably what the Knights were not hoping for, to lose early wickets. No.
Trupti was hoping to anchor and have a blast at in the next few overs, but she could not judge the length of the ball, and she was trapped LBW. But the second wicket partnership hopefully will be taking them till the 20 over mark and hoping for a few lusty blows down the line in the coming few overs.
Nimra.
Here goes one of these lusty blows, but it's just a single.
Plenty of height and thumped into the ground and basically stopped, making it easy feed for the fielders. But you get the feeling that Alina is ready to break loose, and she needs to do so at this stage. Try the flick of the wrist.
It's a wide signal, wide by the umpire. Straight down and it's a 4. It was a full toss and she took full advantage, driving it past the bowler to the boundary.
A direct drive straight to the boundary, very fast, and that's exactly what they need at the moment. They need as many runs as possible. With a run rate of 6.82, it's still very low at this stage.
3.4 overs gone.
Alina 16 from 13, Khadija 3 from 2, 5 from 3, sorry. So 1 for 31. After 4 overs. Alina to take strike. And Nilu Mendes, she will come into the attack. From the near side. the current run rate at 7.8. The projected score is about 155, which is still not a bad feat. 155 is
Yeah,
still
it's-
a. And there's another call. Almost run out.
Khadija was just walking in the park and nearly survived a run out.
Lilo with a Yorker. And that's pounced away to the boundary. As quick as it came, it went. Alina 20, Khadija 9.
Nilu has already bowled two balls in this over and given away 4 runs.
Nino with a big run up. That's flicked away. The offside. Make sure you join us next week. We continue our Women's T20 Domestic League next Friday and Saturday. Following that, we'll get into the playoffs and semi-finals. A thrilling period for Qatar cricket, in particular for the women's, with new bosses at the helm, new ideas, initiatives. That's all coming through tuition. Something that the country's been begging for such a long, long time. One for 37. Nilu. And she gives that some thundering pace. But Khadija equal to the task. That brings back the left hand Alina back on strike. Slower delivery, but still picked up. Only a single. A misfield, but the batter's missed it. Nilu's got some good lines. She's got good variation in her attack.
Yeah, she has been able to check on the scoring, and she's using all the variations in her armory to keep a check on the scoring. It's not always difficult to bowl to a left and right combination.
I find it difficult to bat to a right or left. It doesn't matter. The fact that they can bowl at all is phenomenal. I mean, the skill for these young girls. Some of these are only 19 years old. Some are 14. I mean, this is phenomenal. what cricket, Qatar cricket has done, and the academies that are here that have done with these girls is fantastic. They've come a long way in a very short time. And they've given these girls an opportunity that they can only dream of.
Correct. Cricket, especially even in this part of the world, has a lot of potential which has not been fully utilized, and hopefully with the new management in place in the Qatar Cricket Association, things will turn around. And it's turning around, and yeah, it's visible in some areas.
And we're still in summer. Wait till winter starts and we'll see some of the cricket action.
This is officially the winter. Winter started, early winter.
With the fourth over finished, it's 1 for 44. A strike run rate of 8.8. Khadija 14, Alina 22.
So another 15 overs to go. So Sam, what will be the projected score according to you?
I'm thinking if I go anything about from the last couple of matches we've watched and we've called, the average is between 165 to 180, 185, between that. If Alina can stay on, I think they're looking at easy 170, 175.
Because out of the two who are betting here, one has to go till the end overs. It helps the cause of the projected score you are thinking about.
Well, both girls have proven that they are not scared to take some risks with their shots, and they've been so effective so far.
It's wide.
And a much slower ball, I might add. Obviously, the wind is starting to take effect.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pounded over the bowler's head, down in for possibly another boundary. Yes, it is. Lena kicks her score to 26. Angeline, the far end. And this will be another 4. So I just want to mention the opportunity that these girls have been having, or have been given by the Qatar Cricket Association. These under 19 players, and some of them I know are not 19, are younger than 19. You've got Alina, who is with us and batting at the moment, Aspara, Bagavi, Fatima, Hia, Taful, Sashi. Sashi, of course, 113 runs yesterday, great captaincy. Shrutiben, Serena, Pooja also played yesterday. Riva, Ramila, Sneha, Zun Aria, Snia. I mean, all these under 19 representatives for the national team, a dream, you know, something that they'll be dreaming of back home.
And it's like Alina, she's come back after representing Qatar in the under 19 championship in Malaysia. So, and that international exposure is showing with her good performances here, in all the more confidence, all the more ready to take on the challenges. This is hopefully the start of a bigger career goals.
Bigger careers ahead, a bright future for most of these young girls. Scored a wide on Angeline, and I mean, you can only improve by continuously playing at a higher competition, and the higher the level, the higher the more skilled your opponent is, the more you're going to learn, and the more you're going to progress in your career. And that's exactly what's happening to these girls.
International competition is something very, very different compared to the domestic one. The different conditions, you need to adapt to different conditions, different opponents, because sometimes you know when you're playing at a domestic level, you know your opponents in and out and the players.
So after the 5th over, match manager Mr. Nassim has called a drink break for 2 minutes. A very generous gesture due to the hot conditions out there. So your scorer for this afternoon, Ardesh Naniel, we welcome him on board. He's doing a fantastic job feeding us with all the information. So we look at these teams that are playing, and they are filled with a variety of ages. But I mean, we've got mums out there, but most of them are daughters. They can be daughters, you know. How young are they? I think I was speaking to somebody last week, 14. 14. Imagine being 14 and playing for the national team.
But they're also a good mixture of the seniors, so all the experience they have picked up from all the years they are passing on to the youngsters. So this is like grooming, a right mixture of the young and the senior players. It's a transitional phase. Maybe in a few years' time they'll be no more playing cricket, and girls will be the future stars.
And that's how sports develops in every country. You know, you've got to start at your grassroots and get the experienced ones to help these girls out, to bring them through, help them progress to get to the top, because eventually these senior people, these senior girls, are going to be eliminated out of the process. So you need somebody to take in. You need somebody to take in and help these girls with development. So they act as a mentor for these younger girls. It's something that's very well devised by the Cricket Association. They are doing such a great job in developing these young girls, giving them these opportunities, these camps that they go on. I see them, and there's a lot of them that are all rounders. They're not just only bowl or they field or they can do everything.
That's perfectly the demands of the game, and anybody is another boundary. 6 overs gone.
So Alina extends her score.
It's 55 for 1 in 6 overs. The run rate is 9.17. Good going. It's now 59 for 1 in 6.1 overs. good partnership, second wicket partnership between Alina and Khadija.
The current partnership between these two is 39 runs off 23 balls. Alina sits on 35, Khadija 14. Both very similar in their strike rate. Khadija came in a little bit later, but she's very quick to pounce on these bowlers. And there's another boundary as we speak for Alina. And she'll be the key player today for the Bida Knights. She needs to hang in there, remain cool, collected, pick her shots.
11 runs away from
her half century. So it's Nilu from the knee side. As the wind picks up. And there's a bit of turn in that. But again, that's pulled away. Driven down to the boundary line.
Neelu proving to be quite expensive in this over. The first 3 deliveries have all been dispatched to the boundary, and it's 67 for 1 in 6.3 overs. Alina is 7 runs away from her half century, and she's on a strike.
And that looks like another boundary.
Another boundary.
I mean, there is nothing wrong with Neelu's deliveries. They're just being picked, well read by Alina.
Correct.
She's given it plenty of length, plenty of speed, plenty of power. Just being cut.
And all the 4 were shots made on the offside through the cover region.
Neelu.
Again, it is on the offside, but this time it's just.
Alina calls Khadija back. So the strung rate bounces up to 10.39. Now we have a projected score of almost 200.
Let's see. After dot ball, it's a wide.
Yeah, what I call the wide there on Neelu.
The first 4 deliveries went for boundaries. The 5th one was dot ball.
And again.
So 17 runs came off this over, which included 4 boundaries.
But she did have 2 dot balls, which will help her confidence. This is exactly what we need. I mean, in such competition, this is expected. It's the improvement rate that the coaches will be looking at, and the senior players in their team. 2 dot balls, not bad at all.
It's 20 overs, T20. It's all about fireworks.
One for 72.
7 overs gone. Alina is 3 runs away from a well-deserved half century, but she is at the non-striker's end. Khadija is on strike. She has 14 from 9 balls.
So Navia to come in from the far end and immediately bat to ball. They've taken a single. Let's put Alina back on strike. Alina, no doubt, with this next ball, will be looking to post her half century.
Will she take the boundary route or will she try to take the singles?
I don't think she's going to run 3 singles. I think she'll eye this off.
It's so wide outside the off stump. The umpire judges it's a wide ball. So the score is now 74-1.
And there it is. There's somebody there, couldn't get there in time, plenty of height, and opportunity gone begging to put the end of Alina.
A pull shot which didn't go where it was supposed to go, but safe. 1 run added in her kitty.
Novia to Khadija. And there's a fields person out there. Manages to stop them for a single. Alina back on strike.
2 runs away from a half century. Oh, lovely shot. And what a way to get to a half century. Straight down the bowler's head to the boundary, and she has reached her half century. 52 now in 29 balls.
She raises the bat with her left hand, acknowledging the crowd and the applause. Well deserving, well done, Alina. 52. She knew exactly what she was doing then. She saw the ball released, she attacked it. You don't see many of the players attack the ball, but she did on this occasion. Drove it back towards the end of the bowler, straight down, straight over the boundary, and got her 52 runs with much joy. Navia to Alina, and she's picked that one as well, and nobody will stop that. That's outside outside the perimeter altogether, outside to the roadworks. Yeah, she seems to be enjoying herself now. 1 for 84.
Alina is also very handful leg spinner when bowling, but now it's all the focus is on her batting. 56 in 30 balls.
Well, most of the girls here are all-rounders. This is the way they are trained. This is the way they play, and this is what the game demands.
Correct.
That's flicked. The edge. Dot ball. That's better bowling from Navia. An expensive over.
$85 for 1 in 8 overs. Run rate is 10.62. Another 12 overs to go.
Just want to remind you to join us next week, next Friday and Saturday, as we continue with the Women's T20 League action. You don't want to miss any of that. Next week, you can join us from 10 a.m. 10 a.m. before we head into the following week's semi-finals, or playoffs, as they call it. But you stay tuned to our application, Qatar Cricket. You'll get all the news during the week, all the updates that you need, all the scores, the highlights and the lowlights. There's no lowlights so far, is there? There's no lowlights. This is all exciting stuff. Nilu back in the attack. Alina on strike. That's a good delivery. It's overhead, almost caught. But well fielded. Just a single. See that breeze is getting stronger. I guess it's keeping the temperature down and minimizing the humidity.
It's a nice relief.
I don't know if it's nice, but it keeps the temperature down for the ladies. I don't know. You can see the dust picking up off the ground. Certainly keeping things cool out there.
But things on the batting are not so cool. It's Alina on fire.
She is on fire. 3 fielders chasing the ball.
It slows down on the way to the boundary.
But even they couldn't stop the boundary. Alina is sizzling. She's not on fire, she is sizzling. 61. So with a run rate of 10.62, you are watching the Bida Sad Strickers match this afternoon, coming to you live from the Education City Cricket Ground.
It's the overthrow.
Bida won the toss earlier on and they decided to bat. Only 1 wicket so far, 1 for 93. A good partnership between these two ladies, Khadija and Alina. A current partnership of 73 or 44 balls almost. Bat for ball. The projected run rate now is definitely over 200. What do you think, Mr. Armstrong?
Your project is score of 200. If they stay here, it will become a reality.
Yeah. I need Khadija, or we need Alina to stay there. Khadija, keep playing her supporting role. She's doing a wonderful job. And that's the end of the 9th over. So Navia will come in from the far end. Navia thank Chen. And that's pounded on for another 4. Alina has really found her rhythm. She's enjoying herself, and she's very conversant about cricket. She knows her game very well, and she knows how to communicate. Run rate slowly sneaking up towards the 11.
Wide down the leg side, rightly declared wide. .98 for 1 in 9.1 overs.
Nimra to Alina. That's way too quick for the fielder.
Short and wide outside the off stump and rightly punished by Alina all the way to the boundary. She's very quick to pick up on the opportunities. You need to bowl a tight line and length to her. Anything loose, anything short, she pulls away, she cuts.
Yeah, she's making a mockery out of every ball that's been delivered. And there's another one. Way over the head of the fielders, straight down the boundary.
This time on the leg side. The 74 runs which she has, to her credit, has runs scored on both sides of the wicket. On the off stump, you are loose, she cuts. And on the leg side also. Now again, it's a full toss and she connects it. But only. And it goes for another 4.
It looked like the fielder was going to stop that, but it wasn't possible towards the end. Alina now
78 in 38 balls.
16 fours so far. Nimra.
It's pulled away and it's going to pass the mid wicket for another 4.
.82 for Alina. Khadija just happy standing there watching.
So this will be the second century if she gets there of the competition. Third.
Yeah, Sashi got both centuries. 113 yesterday. Alina will be there. I don't want you to put the mocker on her. Stop talking about it. This will be delightful to watch.
So this
So
breaks break.
So with the end of 10 overs, again we're having a break every 5 overs due to the heat, the sweltering heat here in Doha. So at the end of the 10th over, Khadija sits on 18 runs with 2 fours of 14 balls, while Alina sits on 83 of 40 balls. She's got 18 fours to her name in that. So they have a current partnership of 95 runs of 50 balls. And the projected score, how about your projected score? Give me your projected score.
I think it will be 185.
185?
Yeah.
You're thinking that they're going to run out of steam, the heat's going to get to them?
If one of them, I think, will not. After the century, we will see.
I think with 115, I think we're still looking at the 180, 190 mark.
Yeah.
You know, possibly 200. It just depends what happens in the next couple of overs. I think they got plenty of wickets in hand.
But we don't know how the new batsman will come in and just start hitting it all around the park. Alina has been doing a good job, and Khadija has been providing a good support role.
Well, let's hope that both girls stay out there, because it's very entertaining from where we sit, and I'm sure it's very entertaining for those that are watching us at home, wherever they may be. Welcome to all of you. Hope you are enjoying the coverage, because we certainly are enjoying it, providing this wonderful coverage to you, courtesy of Beyond Production, and not to mention the Qatar Cricket Association.
We are at a halfway mark. 10 overs gone, 115 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Alina and Khadija are going great guns. Alina is on 83 and Khadija is on 18.
As the gloves come back on for Khadija and Alina, the Al-Sad team make their way to their positions. 1 for 115 at the halfway mark. So if you were the captain, or if you were the coach of the Al-Sad team, I mean, what would you implement in this stanza?
Bring your good bowler. Try to have a go at Alina. This is one of the set batsmen. Take a risk.
I mean, you bring the bowlers. They brought in a number of variation bowlers. What type of bowler would you be asking for?
Someone who can bowl Yorkers or some variations.
At the halfway mark, would you be ready to bring in the spin?
It depends on whether the spinner is very good, effective, and can make the batsman jump or dance to the tunes of the spin, or to the Angeline is back in the attack.
So Angeline to open the second part of proceedings. So the run rate now beyond the 11.6. The first ball was a wide for Angeline. Alina sitting on 83.
Probably.
near side. And that's another boundary to add to Alina's tally. She's got a strike rate 202.
That's phenomenal.
And Khadijah's got a strike rate of 128. I mean, have a look at those strike rates. Those figures are phenomenal. So they've reached 100 runs in their partnership. A great knock by Alina.
They have been trying to strengthen the offside field by placing another fielder, but she has been picking up gaps mostly on the offside. But whenever there's opportunity to score on the leg side also, she has taken full control and scored runs also.
Yep, she's not one to shy away from the attack. Been very, very entertaining today.
Full
And a
toss and
full toss. Didn't quite get it where she wanted off the bat. Nevertheless, a run is a run. Jaleel to Khadija now. Khadija neatly puts that away for a single. Alina back on strike. This is the 11th over.
another full toss.
Another full toss. And there's no stopping that. .92 for Alina, 8 shy of her century. The crowd sitting in the stadium anticipating with excitement. Just a block. One for 126.
It's 126 for 1 in 11 up at the end of 11 overs. The run rate is 11.45.
So Angeline is no pushover, that's for sure. She won the player of the match in the ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers twice. So definitely no pushover. But I mean, that tells you the experience and the know-how, the devotion, the spirit of Alina, who can just put her away so easily.
Correct.
She's picking her every moment. Sudha. She brings in a bit of pace to the attack. One for 127. We sit 8 runs away from a tremendous century for Alina. How will it be achieved? Now misfield. There's somebody there, well picked up. And a good throw back to the keeper. I was going to say that she possibly will be thinking about running the singles, but she's having a lot of fun, isn't she?
I think she's a very cool customer. She will go by what comes to her. Maybe if it is the ball is to be dispatched to the boundary, she will go for shots, or maybe she will rotate a strike and just have the singles and another single.
So Alina, 95, 5 shy away of her first maiden century. Excitement times for everybody, for her team, for her coach, for herself, for her family. Even here in the studio, we are buzzing. Can this be her first century ever? 5 runs away. Khadija at strike. Sudha currently stands in their way. And that's well deflected. They've gone for a second. And easy 2 in the end between the wickets. So Khadija jumps to 22. Was sitting on 19 for a while as she watched Alina pinpoint her 4s. And that's a good ball. Well fielded. One for 133. Sudha comes in from the far end. It's Alina on strike. And just the block. Five away from her maiden century. It's certainly not going to be made in this over.
Yeah, this drinks break.
Not yet. Not yet. It's over. The girls have taken the opportunity to drink whilst they're moving into position. I mean, it just shows you the conditions out there. So a partnership now built with 113 runs off 63 balls. 24s for Elena. So she needs one more 4 and a single to reach her first ever maiden century.
It's 133 for 1 in 12 overs. Run rate 11.08.
We coming to you live from Education City Cricket Ground. Good to have your company again one more time. You are watching Al Sadd up against the Bida Knights. Bida Knights electing to bat after winning the toss. Both captains were feeling very comfortable about today's match. If Al Sadd win today, of course, they go into the top spot. They join Al Wakra. Whereas the Knights, if they become victorious, they will post their first competition points on the table. In the meantime, very exciting stuff out here in the middle of the pitch. Elena looking for her first century, and there's a miscommunication now, and she gets in there. And there's some words between the Khadija and Elena. Another misunderstanding that they got themselves out of. Khadija on strike. And that will run to the boundary. Khadija also showing some signs of confidence.
So the score of 200 projected score of yours is well on the card.
Shall we pump it up a bit? Almost a mishap, a miscommunication between both players. In the end, they managed to pull through. Elena fuming. And they'll just get a single out of that. You better hurry up. And a overthrow. Elena says no. Stay there, Khadija. Not this time. So Khadija will be looking, I think, for 2 consecutive 4s.
Hopefully.
And there's a first, no.
It was short outside the leg stump. She could not take advantage of it. She could only send it halfway to the...
Gavi, the final ball of the over. And a similar ball that beats the wicket keeper. And Elena to remain on strike.
It's 142 for 1 in 12.5 overs. 1 ball to go from the 13th over. Alina is on 95 and Khadija is on 30.
That 95.
Khadija is on strike.
That 95 is off 50 balls. Khadija 30 of 22. Gavi has been introduced into the attack. She gets to rest now.
So at the end of 13 overs, it's 142 for 1.
We expect Sudha to come back in the attack. The current partnership sits at 122 of 69 balls.
Weight going.
So Alina on strike. It's Sudha from the far end.
Her first over cost 7 runs. She bowled in the right channels, keeping it tight for the batswoman.
So it's all about Alina this afternoon. 5 runs away from her first maiden century, or first century ever. Sudha, good line, full toss, pulled away. They will beat the man, or they will beat the fielder. The first,
Nice.
the first 4 that she's required. So next, will she go for the single or for the 4?
Just a stroke away from her well-deserved maiden century.
99. 1 away from her first century ever for Alina. The crowd on the edge of their seats, anticipating this next ball from Sudha. And no single called. Alina said, wait, Khadija. I'm not in need. Again, the intensity grows. 1 run required for her first 100 runs ever. I mean, how nervous would she be at the moment?
As I think she's a pretty cool customer. She's when it comes to bowling, batting, and even away from the play field, she's always a cool customer.
Cooler than the breeze, you think? Sudha, eyes off Alina, knows that she can stop her. It's only her, between her and her century. And there it is. And the crowd, they stand up and they give her rightly deserved round of applause. She reaches her first milestone ever. 100 runs in women's cricket at the T20 level. The helmet off, the bat raised, enjoying the moment. Well done, congratulations, Alina. And I feel so proud. We had her here in the studio last week. She spoke so eloquently. She knew her game. Well done. What a lovely sight to see. And there's no lacking off. Straight back to business. Next ball.
.3 overs to go from the allocated 20 overs. 152 for 1. Run rate is 11.26.
Sudha to Khadija. Safely plays that. And retain a single. Alina back on strike. I told you she wasn't going to run the singles. And that's a good delivery. Well executed. That's put away for another 4. And that's over.
157 for 1. One ball to go.
Is it?
One ball to go.
Oh, that's one more. That's another 4 for Elena. She's certainly not slacking off after reaching her milestone of 100 runs. First time ever. She must be really proud of herself. I mean, that you've got to put that down to the Cricket Federation, the Cricket Association, you know, the management that they have, the current management, and the way they are breeding these young girls. I mean, how much confidence is she oozing with at the moment? And there's a shake of her hand for Alina. Everybody wants to shake Alina's hand. And a well-deserved quench of the thirst there by Angie. Great sportsmanship. Good to see. Not only just shaking her hand, but also offering her some water. Right? She's been belting her around all afternoon, and in the end she says, listen, it's all right, here, have some water. Alina sits on 112. Khadija, 31. This is the 15th over as the call to prayer goes behind in the background. Mugabe back on the attack. Khadija at strike. Just a single. 161. So a partnership of 142. They've had some close moments, but nothing beats racking up 100 runs for Alina.
Now she's on 112.
She adds, Khadija adds 2 more to her tally. Off the back foot. Alina back on strike. Very exciting times here at the Education City Cricket Ground for day 4 of the QCA's Women's T20 Domestic League, and a big shout, and the ref umpire says nope. We don't have the luxury of having replays here, so we can't go back and see, so we only see what you see at the same speed. And that's being pounded again for another boundary. by Alina. I mean, you'd think by now you'd have all the positions covered. You know where she's hitting the ball. Why wouldn't I be doing that?
Now she's seeing the ball like a very big like a football. So it's always a question of getting the right timings and putting the ball in the right places.
But I would be moving my fielders around, you know, trying to choke her every shot, narrowing her angles, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, she's picking up the right spot in the field and beating the fielders.
So at the end of the 15th over, it is a water break due to the current hot conditions the players are experiencing. Just a reminder to join us next week from 10 a.m. That's right, 10 a.m. We've got some matches next Friday and Saturday before we go into the playoff series. If you've just joined us and you haven't hit that subscribe button, I ask you to do so now. You want to smash that button just the way that Alina is smashing these balls. If you do so, you will not miss any cricket news, views and reviews. You can also find us on all social media platforms, including Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. Qatar Cricket, that's all you've got to look for, Qatar Cricket. We've also got an application with the same name, Qatar Cricket. Cricket not just from Qatar, from all over the world. Have you downloaded that application yet?
Yes.
Right? Now be careful, I might ask you to show me. I certainly have, and I'm going to open it up now. I mean, these are some of the stuff that you can find on the application. So if you're following today's live match, you'll see that the batters are there, their statistics are there, the run rate, the current partnership, the bowlers information is all there, play by play, the fall of wickets, it's all there. Everything you need to know is there. You'll also find, if you go to the home page, you'll find other information about other tournaments around the world. So a very handy, user-friendly application called Qatar Cricket. Make sure you download that if you haven't already, to keep up to pace with what's going on in cricket around the world. In particular, Qatar. Back at the crease, it's 1 for 168, a run rate of 11.2. Alina and Khadija, a great partnership together. They've been out there for quite a while now. 148 runs between them as they add another one. $10 a.m. start next week. It's going to be hot. We need to find out exactly what's going on there.
But it's good to start early because the late in the evening it's very dark.
Yeah, we did.
5:30 becomes very dark.
We did run out of light yesterday.
And the Duncan Levis rule came into play.
It came into play. The players didn't like it. I mean, they are the rules, but I guess I'm with the players. You know, if you won, you're happy. If you lost, you'll be complaining. Could be a run out. Had she caught that, it would have been very close for a run out. Bounced off the gloves, and the girls survived yet again. Khadija and Alina. What a great partnership between these two.
See the tram of the
Khadija facing Sudha with ease. And another single. Alina back on strike. Sudha to come in from the far end. And she's picked that up with ease and a direct four. There's no doubt about that. So there's the 177 that we were talking about. Now,
Which will be 220, 210.
so if we don't have any fall of wickets with 4 overs remaining after this ball, you could be the 200 mark. It's certainly very feasible.
Yes, perfectly correct.
And again, straight to the boundary. So they've thrown everything at Alina.
Now she's trying to shift gears, throwing everything.
She'll be looking for her 150.
It's definitely on the cards.
You think that's what she's thinking? She's thinking, well, 100 was easy. I mean, and it's not a hard day at work here. It's a long day, but not a hard day. You know, maybe hot, thirsty, fatigued, but it's not really hard. You know, she's not doing there's not a lot of runs between the wickets.
But the hunger for more runs is the climatic conditions and all the other things are not affecting her hunger for runs. She's hungry for more and more runs.
So the 150 is on the cards, definitely.
Definitely.
So Alina looking for the 150. Well, we'll see what conversation she has with Khadija. Depends on Khadija's will to keep her at strike or not.
She's also on the way to her personal landmark, 13 runs away from her half century.
So both players requiring as many runs as they can. One looking for a half century, the other one looking for 150. Bagavi with a wide. Not called. So this is very interesting. You've got both players wanting to stay out there, one looking for her first half century, the other one looking for her 150th run. And that's smashed. Somehow was not going to hit the boundary. Bagavi.
The last one was a no ball. It's power play. And cut all the way to the boundary, at another boundary.
Khadija's dream of 50 is not far from here.
2 strokes away from a half century, 42.
So a current partnership of 168. Gavi, eyes off Khadija as she comes in And again, that's put away. There's somebody there. Just a single. Alina back on strike. No single. Signals to Khadija to stay. Chases that. Moves out of her crease. A wild shot. Bagavi. And another high ball.
Ball or no ball?
One for 9-1, 9-1. Alina looking for 150. Khadija looking for her first 50. Alina moves up on the attack, drives that away. You can tell she's confident now. I mean, she's attacking the ball. She's not waiting for the ball to attack.
She's taking the attack to the bowler. The bowlers out. She's making them shift their line and length. She's moving 1-2 steps ahead. Getting confused.
Well, she's keeping the bowlers guessing rather than the bowlers keeping her guessing. One 32. Alina 132, Khadija on 42, 43. So both players looking for something special. Khadija looking for her 50 runs. Alina for 150 runs. There's plenty of overs remaining for that to be achieved.
3 overs, 18 balls.
Can be achieved.
Yeah.
So we're 196, well above our strike rate we mentioned earlier. So we are looking at least at the 220, 230 mark.
Hopefully. 230 is 220.
Well, these girls are not going to go for any singles. They've just got boundaries in their heads. And Navya returns it to the attack. That's straight to the boundary. That's a slower ball.
It's 200s.
So the team collectively grab its first 200 points this afternoon, with Alina scoring 136 of those runs. And here's a single. I think the girls must have had a chat, because Khadija will now be at strike. Alina understands how important it is for Khadija to grab her first 50.
Yes.
And as Khadija will only get a single out of it, plenty of power and push behind that, but there was a fielder out there waiting in that spot. Navia. That's up, but it's over. And it will be fielded by Navia herself.
Two balls to go in this 18th over. It's 204 for 1.
Alina, 11 runs from her 150. And walks into that, puts it over the bowler's end, and a quick 4. $143 for Alina. So Navia looking for some answers. Just can't find it at the moment. Not with the form that Alina's in. It's high, drops short, well fielded.
So 2 overs to go, 209 for 1.
So Alina needing 6 for her 150. Khadija also needing 6 for her 60. 50. The excitement is getting to me. We need a bigger screen here. So we're about to resume play with 2 overs remaining. It's 1 for 209. The Bida Knights are batting after they won the toss earlier on. Alina on strike with 144 runs. Needed 6. That went high, almost dangerous. But that will probably run to the boundary. Yes, it has.
So 2 runs away from her 150, Alina.
I mean, what's the concentration like out there for Alina?
It's terrific to maintain the same momentum and same hunger.
And still to take the singles. She's shuffling through those singles. So Khadija with an opportunity to bring her run rate closer to the 50 mark. Beaten. It's Bagavi from the knee side, pavilion end. And the wide called by the umpire. Bagavi to Khadija. Khadija just a safe shot. Puts Alina back on strike. So I think their tactic is to make sure Alina obtains her first 150. And I think this might be it. Yes, it is. There's her 150 runs. A great feat as she raises her fist, shakes hands with Khadija. So 153 for Alina. That's pushed away for a single. Bagavi to Khadija, and Khadija grabs another single, edging her way slowly to her first 50. And that's the end of the over.
One more over to go, 6 balls. 2, 2, 3 for 1.
Khadija on 46. She needs a boundary. Any boundary will do to grab her first 50. Alina surpassed her 150 runs. She's on 154. They have a current partnership of 203 runs.
That is something phenomenal.
And what's more phenomenal, that is off 112 balls. Khadija's runs at 46 runs have come off 35 balls, while Alina's 154 have come off 77 balls. 1 over remaining. Exciting stuff for Khadija now. She's looking at making her own milestone this afternoon. And it's Sudha who will resume from the far end. She's got a bit of pace. And that's up. Sudha's underneath it. She's dropped it. Oh! And they grab a single, or do they? Sudha, it was there for the taking. She could have taken her first wicket this afternoon. Could have put the end to this wonderful partnership, but it wasn't meant to be. The umpire says, so a chat between the players. I think they're talking about keeping Khadija on strike as much as they can. Alina on the knee side of the crease on strike as Sudha comes in, and that's exactly what they said to each other. Alina said, I'll just go the single. I'm not smashing any more balls. I want you to grab your 50. So, excitement in the grandstand, waiting for Khadija to grab her first 50. Not off that ball. Sudha. She flicks that over the head. It's safe. She's gone for 4. It will travel there. There's her 50. There's Khadija's first ever 50. What a way to reach her milestone. She gets a hug from her partner, Alina. She raises the bat. Enjoy. The photographers taking pictures of her. A wonderful sight at the Education City Cricket Ground this afternoon. And there is another high ball. It's up. They're under it. No. Nobody will get there in time. And another single. So 230. We predicted rightly so at the beginning. We said if these two can hang in there, we can reach the 200 plus easily.
Yeah.
Sudha, 2 balls remaining. The second last ball. And another single. How tired are these ladies, and they're still running singles.
Lot of energy levels, because the thing is, you cannot just come on the ground and play on one day. You have to work every day in the nets, and that's what they have been doing consistently for the last several months and years.
And that's the end of that inning. A fantastic knock by both these girls. Alina 156, Khadija 53.
to 33 for 1.
So 1 for 233, a run rate of 11.65 after 20 overs for the Bida Knights. If they win, this will be their first victory on the competition table. The outside Strickers to bat very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We hope you can stay with us as the Bida Knights celebrate 2 milestones this afternoon. 150 runs up from Elena and 50 from Khadija. Teams that taken photos, shaking hands with management, with the coaches, with the spectators. An awesome sight to see. A very, very excited stadium on hand. Please don't go anywhere as we take a short break, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
wicket.
These girls, you know,
Yes,
play in a
few girls.
compound. Watch them, you have few kids playing in a compound.
Okay.
Sometimes you join second.
Some of them are coming from Bravo, some of them are going wherever is convenient for them. That's Warriors also, na? Wherever they stand close by for them, they go. Alina comes to our academy. She stays inside. At least, this is what is done. Mic is on like this.
No, it's not connected.
Not connected.
.30 की जगह 115 या 1 o'clock हो जाएगा फिर ये आपके पास अंडर कंट्रोल रहेगा
करना ही पड़ेगा. So, while we Good afternoon and welcome to day 4 of the QCA's Women's T20 Domestic League. I'm Samuel Rico, and with me in the hot seat this afternoon is Mr. Armstrong. We're coming to you live from the Education City Cricket Ground. Nice to have your company as always. The Al Sadd ready to bat their way through this afternoon. The team looks something like this. The lineup: Nimra, she'll be followed by Zunaira, Navya, Ayman, Nilu, Shruti, Bagavia, Khiza, Yash, Hasvi, Sudha and Angeline. That's the lineup for the batting order this afternoon. They will be chasing a run of 233. So Nilu will be on strike. You've just joined us, you've missed a great piece of cricket action earlier on. The Bida Knights, through Alina and Khadija, they gave us a partnership of 213 runs. Alina herself scored 156, Khadija a 53. A great feat for both players. Mr. Armstrong, your take on what we saw and what we're about to see.
Yeah, we had a trailing strokes from both the women. But now the action is about to start and Manjari is opening the attack.
So Manjari
is a medium fast bowler.
from the far end.
And here comes the first run, and it comes in the form of a boundary. It was short and outside the leg stump, and she dispatches it through the mid wicket to the boundary.
And that was performed by Shruti and Nilu, the opening partners this afternoon for the Al Sadd team.
The Al Sadd team needs to get off a good start because they're chasing a huge total, and they will be like to have a good platform to launch an attack in the end overs.
So we saw the Bida Knights in action last week. They were unfortunate to lose. However, they were looking to turn things around this afternoon with a great run of a great target of 233. I know it's a little bit early to call, and we're expecting a run rate of you know, at least 11 plus. It might be a little bit difficult for the Al Sadd team.
They are now 5 runs from 3 balls. That's another dot ball, so now it's 5 from 4.
And that's whacked away for another boundary.
She went on her back foot and just punched it to the cover region.
So if we can have these players, both these players, Shruti and Nilu, continue with this form, then we have a game on our hands.
Sure. and Manjari is trying to bowl it to right in the right channels, but somehow both the batsmen have got the footwork right and meeting the ball with the right pace and with the sweet timing.
That's right. Bowling techniques has been accounted for. Manjari. And let go. Called a wide by the umpire. And that heap of debris that you see at the back there behind the umpire on the far side, that is part of the reconstruction phase that's going on at the university at Education City. That will soon be lovely green trees and grass, but it's all taken its time, as Rome wasn't built in a day.
Correct.
And she's chased that one, missed it.
She danced down the wicket, trying to take advantage, but she missed it. But it was a no ball signaled by the umpire, and so it's a free hit, power play.
So Manjari's first over. 12 runs. That's a damn good strike rate, the run rate.
Well on target.
Yeah.
Although it's early days.
Definitely early days yet, but should they maintain that run rate, they're guaranteed a victory. I'll give you that right now. You are watching the Qatar Cricket Association's Women's T20 Domestic League, coming to you live from the Education City Cricket Ground, which is about 20-25 minutes away from central Doha. A good line there by Aisha, who's come into the attack.
Starting off having the off stump line. Cramming up the opens for space. No use of the shoulders.
Aisha has come into attack from the knee side. That's well bowled. Dot ball.
She just goes on the back foot and tries to punch it away, but finds a fielder.
Oh, that's been caught. No. There was an appeal.
All the runs have been scored by Shruti, 9 runs, and 3 of the runs have come in the form of extras, wide ball and no balls.
Asia. And that's a better hit.
She just goes on the back foot and dumps it to the cover region.
And a single, which will put Shruti, the left-hander, or Nilu, the left-hander, on strike. None for 13. Nilu just happy to block that.
Nilu is all eyes concentrated on the ball, just steps it down in front of no runs. It was down the leg side and it is punished. It goes all the way to the fine leg boundary.
So I think we definitely have a match on our hands so far, but the run rate has diminished somewhat. We've dropped from 12 to 7 in a space of an over. Again, if the required run rate is 12.7, Asia directing traffic. Getting the fielders in position. She delivers from the far end of the stadium. She comes in one more time. Was looking for the single. Was told to stop and turn. Nilu still on the attack. And they missed, but still was in the crease. Keeper there, ready for a stumping. One ball remaining for Asia in this over. 0 for 13. And again, they miss and hit. That's much better. That's straight down to the boundary.
Very good to finish the over with a 4. She just went back and just guided it through the cover region, and the fielder had to chase the ball, but she could not prevent it from going for the boundary. Good start, 21 in 3 overs. Manchuri had a good over, but only the last ball she was unsuccessful in keeping the opponents in check. Otherwise, the first 5 balls were dot balls. She bowled in the right channel, making it difficult for the opponent to score runs.
Asia back in the attack, and a misfield could be costly. Saved. Nilu still at strike. And that's up, that's high. But safe.
It was short, and she went back and pulled it, but found a fielder, only 1 run. Both the opening bowlers are bowling in the right channel, not giving much away, but their opponents have been able to find the gaps.
And that's another good ball from Asia, and a shout. The umpire says not quite. The
She's
run.
mixing it.
And that's
She went on her back foot and too short.
Nilu on strike with 7 runs. Thinking about a single. Gone against it in the end.
It was full, and she tucked it away to the mid wicket where she found a fielder.
That's a good line. And that's over. 0 for 26.
Aisha has done a good job. Only 5 runs from this over. No liberties, no long hops, no short balls. Bowling wicket to wicket.
The run rate decreases somewhat to 6.5. from the earlier run rate of 12. Strutic on strike.
Into a third over.
The said Strikers chasing 233 in 20 overs.
On the off stumps here, the wide swing misses it completely, fails to connect.
So with a score of 233, what would the said coach be telling, what would he have told his players at half time?
To have a good start, keep the wickets intact and maintain the momentum run rate.
So at what stage now? I mean, we saw what happened yesterday. There's a good chance that if we keep playing at the pace we are playing now, that there's a good chance that we may run out of light. You know, at what stage of this inning do you expect the players to start slogging it out?
Maybe after other halfway mark, 10 overs.
Ten overs, I think, might be a little bit too late. The said team, they are slow. They're safe rather than slow and safe rather than fast and risky. Here we go. And that's a great shot.
It was shot outside our stump and she drove it past the bowler.
Back down the bowler's end for a quick four. Nobody there. Manjiri called wide.
Manjari has been very consistent with the line and length somehow. Maybe I think she missed her footings. She was off balance and on the ball she ended up delivering the ball which was way outside the leg stump, which was unusual for her because all this, she's into her third over, so before that she has been very consistent in the line and length.
And the diving at the crease by Nilu to make it home safe. So they're also showing us that they're not scared to take the single runs. They know that every run counts.
Got it. And so it's a left and right combination, so they also want to just keep the bowlers guessing, change their line every delivery.
final ball for this over. And that's being pounded away one more time towards the bowler's end for another 4.
It was a full toss and taken advantage of dispatching behind the bowler's head to the boundary.
So the strike rate, the run rate slowly creeping up.
And Shruti is going a good job, 26 in 25 balls. That's 41 at 5 overs.
Still plenty of work ahead for both Shruti and Nilu. Current combination, 27 runs from 28 balls. Not quite the figures that we saw. Sorry, 41 from 36 balls. Not quite the partnership we saw in the Bida Knights team. After a run rate of almost 13 at the moment, they sit on 8.2. So Shruti needs to, I think, take more control and command the game. She needs to do what was done to her bowlers earlier on.
Nilu, maybe she's having some tricks on. She has changed her bat. Maybe now she will go for full range of strokes with a new bat in hand.
As Aisha comes into the attack from the knee side, and they've gone for a single. Easy. I haven't seen anything yet to show me that the Al Sadd team really mean business, and they're going to take the game to the bowlers. Although that is pretty to watch. And I think
is the answer to your thing.
yes, and I think if Strudy and Nilu they do break out and they go for the big shots, we saw that the fielders are not quite there. They're going to chase the ball. They're tired. It's been a long day. Zero for 46. And another single. So the bowlers, in particular Aisha, keeping the batters guessing, keeping them well contained with her length.
We have to keep in mind that only 2 bowlers have been used. We have not yet seen the other bowlers. The opening bowlers have been very tight, bowling in the right channel.
And that will go to the boundary.
It was short and she just went back and guided it through the cover region.
So this is what needs to happen. A run rate increase needs to be implemented as soon as possible, and that's what Nilum and Shruktik are giving us at the moment.
Both of them are growing in confidence, showing wide range of strokes, and also middling the ball well.
And that's straight to the fielder.
It was shot outside the leg stump, and they found the square leg fielder, and they got 1 run.
And that's over. 0 for 52, 53.
2 boundaries came in this over.
Nilu on 15, and Shruktik sits on 32. Just reminding you next week to join us Friday and Saturday for our matches from 10 a.m. You heard right, 10 a.m., not 2 p.m. next week, due to other events being taking place at the same time. Our schedule has been moved to 10 a.m. We hope that you can join us then. I can tell you one of the matches is going to be Al Sad and Al Wakra. That will be a thrilling match to watch. As the players take a well-deserved drink break due to the hot conditions outside. And a very quick drink break. Bida earlier scored 233, 1 out. Al Sad chasing that target, and with the current run rate are slightly behind schedule.
Khadija is in the attack, an off spinner. She had a good outing while batting. She scored her maiden half century. The flighted ball, oh, it's so misfit, and it's gone for the 4 boundary.
An error that could prove very costly later on for the Bida Knights. Although I have to say, I don't see the Al Sad team as a menacing threat at this stage. They do need to break out. They need to loosen up. They need to get a little bit more comfortable in their zone. This is an opportunity for the Al Sad team that they can take, but they need to take it nice and early. And that again will race to the boundary. And that's exactly what they need.
If the first 4 went on the offside, this one on the leg side, but both behind the bowler's head. lot of adjustment in the field going on, long off.
Khadija from the far end. And that's put away. That's another boundary.
This one has gone to the mid-wicket boundary. Shruti has decided to take the attack into Khadija. Don't allow her to settle into a line and length. Use her feet, and when the ball is tossed up, use the feet and dispatch it to the vacant boundary. She has been successful so far, 3 boundaries coming off the first 3 balls of Khadija. So she must be wondering what is the next delivery I will like to bowl to Shruti.
And straight back over the bowler's head to bring up the run rate of 10 plus.
It was short, and she just went back and tucked it down to the long off where a fielder was there.
And another super shot, but they'll grab 2 runs from that. Well fielded.
She played the inside out. She's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Again tossed up. So no ball. Two runs, and so they'll have advantage of no ball now. Again a no ball about the shoulder height, and it's tucked away to the mid wicket. 2 runs. Free hit.
So Nilu enjoying her time at the crease, facing Khadija, as once again she comes around the wicket and pounded away.
Oh, it's covered. Very
Similar.
expensive over. She started with 3 boundaries and now with 2 no balls, 1 single, and another couple of runs. 22. And still.
There's still plenty in the bank.
Shruti is inching to her personal half century mark, 5 runs away.
And after 7 overs, 0 for 75, with a run rate of 10.71.
Alina Khan is coming into the attack. Useful leg spinner. She had a very good outing with the bat. Did the bulk of the scoring for her team.
Nilu on strike. spin bowler specialist. So Neil has come in to change the pace of the game. Looking for the first wicket, they are the Bida Knights.
Both the batsmen are trying to get a hang of the new bowler, Alina.
They call for stumping. Umpire says no.
Neelu had her
Mr.
legs
Muhammad.
firmly in her crease.
Your umpires this afternoon, Muhammad Osman and Furkan Sange. The match official, Mr. Naseem. And your scorer, Ardesh Naniyal. We thank them all for a great effort. As Alina comes in from the knee side. They're going for two? No. Waits the call.
Alina, for the right-hander, she's going over the wicket, but for the left-hander, she's going round the wicket.
And that's sort of one bounce and straight into the boundary.
It was shot outside the leg stump and taken full advantage of.
Struti reaches her half century.
In 34 balls.
Both hands up. Savouring the moment, but she knows there's a lot of work to be done. And that's over. 0-4-82.
Good over. 7th on the first over by Alina. So another 12 overs to go.
Almost at the halfway mark. We need some more vigour. We need to see some more aggression from the Al Sadd team. It's starting to poke its head a little bit by bit, in particular from Struktik. Neelu is not afraid to take some shots as well and get into the action, but we need a little bit more aggression should they be chasing this win.
Hopefully they will change gears. Now it's a new bowler who is coming. The first opening bowlers, after the 3 overs spell each, they have been replaced by one of them, by Alina and
Sabija. Sabija to come in from the
She's an off spinner.
far end. So they brought, very surprisingly, they brought both spinners into the attack. And 2 runs.
It was shots outside the leg stumps, went back, waited, and just turned it to the fine leg.
Well aware of where she was Standing. The umpire
Was outside of some.
for the count coming in to reconstruct the and that's run away for a 4.
And then we'll need more boundaries like this.
Zero for 88. Nilu on 30. Only a single out of that. Struktik yet to get off the 50. Sapija, you're probably looking to use this wind as best she can. Just a single.
Going around the wicket. Flight it.
It's up.
Going in
It's
the
up.
Oh,
And it's being dropped. And a calming voice comes from the wicketkeeper. It's okay. It's okay. These things do happen. Keep control of things. That brings the end of that over. And so it's 0 for 91. Still on target.
One over will change the equation, one this way or the other. One wicket or some few rustic rows. Alina again with her leg spin going round the wicket to the left-hander.
So a target of 143 runs in 11 overs, 10 wickets in hand. No ball. So Lena brought back into the attack. So you got 2 spin bowlers, one at either end. Alina earlier sensational with the bat. and another 4 races away to the boundary.
Khadija, after very expensive over, she has been taken off. Now it's Alina.
So what needs to happen now is for the Bida Knights to grab some wickets, to really penetrate and slow down the run rate, which is still below par.
Good fielding in the mid wicket by Khadija, stopping a certain boundary.
Over the bowler's head. Going for second. Looking to reach their first 100 as a team. Last ball of the over for this one. And that's the Strickers 100 runs. And that's over.
Exactly halfway mark. 10 overs gone.
So if we take the same pace that we are travelling at the moment and convert that to the next 10 overs, you're well short of the target that's required. All right? And if we put other aspects into the game, the tiredness, the weariness, the weather, I think, and that can be less than 100. Yeah. The fact that we may see some wickets very shortly, again, that will slow down the process, and you'll be lucky to get 170, 160, 165. Again,
The next 2-3 overs will be quite crucial.
Again,
if they manage to get maybe 20, 30 in one of the 2 overs, then it should be.
again, I think the Strikers, they need to really become more aggressive than what they are now. Yeah. Live coverage coming to you from the Education City Cricket Ground. Nice to have your company as always. We have a thrilling match on our hands and we have a wonderful guest in the studio with us, Miss Aisha. She is the Women's Senior National Captain, Representative Captain, and she's also the Captain of the Wakra Challengers. Welcome to the studio, Aisha.
Thank you.
I know you've got a very low voice, but I need you to speak into the microphone.
Sure.
Yeah? Show me that same confidence that you ooze outside when you're on the pitch.
Yeah, sure.
So we saw you play yesterday. It was another phenomenal knock from you.
Thank you.
You got Woman of the Match. You know, you got picked the week before, but last night you had to share the Woman of the Match. But I mean, how are you feeling these days? You know, coming and playing a national league.
Well, I would first of all thank the Cricket Association for organizing this league, and this is very, very important as part of the development in Qatar. Now we can see more talents coming up. The way they are performing in this challenging conditions, it's really good, and I hope this will even develop their physical and mental capacity of performing.
Well, with the conditions that we have at the moment, you have to be mentally strong, yeah?
Yes, agree.
So with your training and your camps, how much of it is physical training, how much of it is mental training?
Physically, normally we practice in nets a lot, and but the match exposures, recently we have started playing matches, and this is one part of this part of the improvement as well. Here playing in the nets is different and playing as a match is different. Here we get to know what mistakes we do and where do we have to improve and all. So yes.
So from what you've seen over the last couple of weeks and what we're seeing today here between the Strikers and the Knights, is there something that keeps repeating itself, that keeps coming up, that needs to be worked on?
What I have observed, like playing matches, each and every individual is keen to play more, and I've seen the improvement in the commitment. Seeing them back match after match, it's a positive sign for us.
So let's talk about this match here. You being the captain, we've got the Knights. They are behind in the run rate at the moment. They need an average of almost 13 runs for the run rate. They are achieving 10.45, well below par. If you were captain now, what would you introduce into the game?
I would focus more on the singles and loose ball for the boundaries. I think as of now the team chasing is going good. I think they'll get more loose balls later on, and you know they can cover up. But as of now, I think they are really doing very good. 115. It's a good chase. Good going by the team.
And if you were the bowling team, what things would you change?
I would say them to keep it line and length, and don't give easy. If you give them too width to hit, obviously they will make use of it. So bowling middle stump to stump is advantage here, and I think they have to follow this.
So with such a league that we have, this league that that you guys are participating in, it's long been waited for. There are other leagues in the pipeline and other tournaments and competitions. How do you see a player developing out of that?
This is the first step. After from nets, the second step is matches. Obviously here the batters get more confidence. Now how they are stepping out and hitting, they're connecting the ball and all. These are little things which boost the confidence of the batters or even the bowlers and all. Now if you see Eliana, now she's bowling all pitching towards the bowler, full pitcher. So now Shruti, the batter, she's coming in, she's playing straight shots. All the balls she has bowled is the same. So if she changes and give a little more good length ball, it might lead to a catch, or they won't be able to hit a clean strike on that.
So what you're asking is that the bowlers to give some variance.
Yeah.
There's some variance. They need to read the player, the
Yeah.
batter as the batter is trying to read the bowler. So how long have you been playing cricket for?
I started in 2009 from school.
School in Doha?
Yeah, in Doha, and I've been playing till now.
And what are your aspirations in the sport?
Nothing, just to play.
We got Armstrong here. He's a journalist, 15 years veteran journalist in Doha. So he may have some intelligent questions for you.
So the players pool will increase with this tournament. What do you feel? The number of players.
Yes, that's what we have been looking for many years, and so with this, yes, we can see new youngsters performing, and it's a positive sign for Qatar cricket.
And you have been the captain for so many years. Now this is the first time this league has been started in Qatar. And so you feel excited to be part of this journey.
Yes, it's exciting, obviously, and I hope we get to play more leagues like this, and we can get many more players with us.
So what are the international competitions which you will be taking part in?
The last tournament which we had played in Malaysia in June, and out of 10 countries we came 5th position. So I think that is a good achievement for us, and rather than coming in positions, we need to work on the games and try to get the win. So inshallah we'll be working on that with our coach and the association. So that's why this is the first step of like playing more matches, getting familiar with the conditions, and we'll see.
Any international competitions, upcoming international competitions?
Until this year, I don't think there's anything. I think beginning of next year we have few tournaments aligned.
We have international competition. The FIFA World Cup is coming up. International cadet. So don't think about going anywhere. You're here with us for a while.
Okay.
So we want to. We hear you are the mastermind of cricket, so we want to eat your mind. We want to see what you got in there, because we need all the help that we can here in the studio. We're learning the game through you, through players like yourself and others out there.
Sure.
Let's talk about cricket itself. Like when you're out there and you're on your fielding, for example, and the ball doesn't come near you for a while. I mean, do you doze off? Do you think about something else, or you're focusing on what's happening?
No, as a captain, if there's no ball coming to me, I see that my field set is proper, and I think who will be the next bowler to bowl, and obviously I see how the batsman is playing, and I try to keep the field according to his batting skill. So that's how we learn, and we try to get him up.
How do you keep the momentum going? I mean, it's a long day, it's hot, it's tedious, it's frustrating. You throw in a couple of wides, a couple of no balls, and that must kill you as a captain.
Yeah, actually this happened with me for the yesterday's match. I had given initially from my side because of the wind. It was swinging, and I had to. And one of the positive signs was I got 2 wickets in that over, so it wasn't much stress on me. But seeing wides and seeing the team and all, controlling the team at one side, and mostly all of them are new. So making them to focus on the field set, how they are standing, and make them alert on every ball. It's a challenge, but it's fun sometimes. This is how we learn.
Of course,
Yeah.
you learn from your mistakes. Naturally, we understand that.
Yeah.
As the score climbs to 134, Nilu and Shruti are still at the crease. A fantastic effort together. They pushed the run rate to 10.86, 12.2 overs gone. Nadia is on the attack. Is there any bowler that you hate to face?
Actually, I like to face all bowlers, honestly. But yeah,
Is there someone that you fear more than somebody else?
honestly, no, I don't fear any bowler. I feel to play the quicker the ball, the more easy to play. But if it's a slow ball, yes, you have to
Do you
wait
spin
and
bowlers, fast bowlers, you know, googly bowlers. Who would be most threatening to you?
the spinners. For me, the spinners are good. Spinners are really. I'm very cautious to play them. As long as I play a good shot or I'm along the ground, it's fine.
And how do you feel as a captain, as a national player, as a citizen of Qatar? How do you feel when you see people like players like Sashi yesterday? You see someone like Lena, you know, reaching a milestone. Khadija, you know, I mean, how does that make you feel?
Honestly, I'm really, I feel proud of them, the way they have come up. And Sachi, mashallah, she has scored 2 centuries. And Elena's today, she was brilliant, I think 155. Yeah, and Khadija's 50. And today, Shruti is going 82. It's really, these are like a base for the team now. If they perform like this, obviously more confidence, and it's beneficial for our team. It's very good to see them.
And is a possible run out, and it's a call.
Oh, Shruti.
The umpires deliberating. Look the yes from here.
That's a good run. 82 runs, so 49 balls. Shruti is the opening batsman for Qatar team, and as you have seen her batting,
So
it's brilliant.
She's taken that long walk back to the stadium.
Yep.
Yep. Out for 92. I mean, at 92.
80.
Should we be taking these risks at 92?
I don't think so. That was a risky run there, and
It's a painful run, really, isn't it? It's not just risky. I mean, you're there for so long. You're
and you
away
have the game in control, and everything is going good, and you get out at 82. It's
Yeah, and you're only 8 away from a milestone, and making history in cricket. And
82.
82. I'm looking at 92. I need my eyes reassessed again. This screen needs to be bigger. Still, I mean 82. She's not far from. She's only a couple of boundaries away from the century. Yeah. This must be very painful. I mean, if you're there and you're close to the 100 mark, do you slow things down a bit? Do you talk to your partner, say, listen, I need to be on strike against this bowler? You know, what's the conversation that happens between you two?
For me, I don't count on my score. I always think for the team, and I really even don't count on how many runs I make or anything. But if someone is telling me from out, okay, then I be a little bit cautious, but I still play my game. I tend not to get out. I try to cover the runs, and it's not that I have to get the strike or something. I just say let the game go, and automatically you get the runs.
It all comes. And she has a beautiful smile as well. What do you have for us there, Armstrong?
You talk about a lot of youngsters coming into playing this tournament. So, as a senior player, what is your role in grooming or mentoring the younger players? How your role comes into play?
Yeah, the first thing, we have to give more support to them, to these players who are developing and all. Give them proper coaching and say them how important they are for the Qatar team, and just groom them as a team A, or team A is already there, so team B or team C, they can develop in that way. And yeah, it's coaching, all about coaching and giving them more matches, so that they become keen and they start playing more.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 32.
32. I mean, you're still young yourself. You are playing the role of ambassador of cricket to these youngsters, and they all look up to you, and we're looking to you and thinking, wow, look what she's achieved so much, how much she's achieved in such a short time.
Yeah.
And she's modest as well. So, I mean, when you started out in cricket, did you know this is what you want to do?
I always loved playing cricket. I have always given my 100%, whether it be for me or for my team. I always motivated them. I kept them along with me, like to be in the game, to play. And initially we didn't get enough opportunities, but now I think the game is changing and the look towards the game also is changing. There's more of thinking by the management on how to develop the women's cricket in this region. So yes, we have seen other Gulf countries like UAE playing now a good level of cricket, and the same we want for Qatar as well, and try to get wins for the tournament.
So what's there for Asia beyond cricket? So when you played your last match and you hang up the gloves,
My next target is only win always. We haven't got the title yet. That's what I want for Qatar.
So when you retire from cricket and you hang up the gloves, right, you take those gloves off, what's next?
Probably I'll go for coaching or the technical side, like umpiring or scoring. Yeah. Yes.
Something back to a sport that's been so beloved for you.
Yes.
It's very nice. So, with what we've seen so far of this competition, can you pick a winner for the title?
I would say Elena. For this, I mean for the whole tournament.
The whole tournament, yeah.
Obviously my team got challenges, no doubt on that.
Of course you're going to say that, but I mean, let's get things in perspective. Yesterday you won, and you won, you know, based on a certain method. Yeah. Otherwise you may have lost. You still think that you're confident you can overcome every team in the competition?
Yes, we can, if we think positive and don't play harshly or something, play sensibly. Yes, we can win the tournaments. It's always how we have an approach to the game, how we play in the middle, and how we keep the team boosted. It's all the mind game. We say no, cricket is a mind game, so it's all here.
So how much mind games do you play out on the pitch?
See, whatever I have thought has come positive to me. Suppose if I know if I have to stand here and if I get a catch, it happens. I don't know whether that is
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah,
you think it before it happens. It's positive thinking.
Yeah.
So you think of something, and then mentally, and then it happens.
Yeah.
So you try to read the play psychologically.
Yeah. And I know mostly how the players play because we have been seeing them. That's the team, and also, you know, we get to set the field on the right place, and also.
And are you known for sledging?
Honestly, I don't sledge.
You don't sledge? You're a super nice guy, person all around?
Yeah.
But I heard there's some sledging goes on there.
I heard my team yesterday sledge.
They were sledging me. So what type of sledges do you hear out there, you know?
No, for the white ball, they're like, good bowler, do it again.
And sledging is part of any sport, really. I mean, but there's a level where you can take sledging. Do you guys talk about that during training or during your sessions, whether it be for the national team or for the club?
So, no, what I feel is better to have a positive approach to the game rather than sledging. Have a good competition between the players. You know, now Elena, she scored 155 in this. Okay, that's a positive. Now Sachi must think more. Like, okay, I scored 115 yesterday, so I need to score more than that. So that's how, you know, if it's a challenge between the players, this is how they can score more, get more confidence. And honestly, I don't like sledging, and I don't even recommend my juniors or even seniors to do that.
I won't tell you what they said about you then tomorrow every day.
Okay. Please. But yeah, okay, sledging in a funny way. If you might see on Saturday, I will do that a little bit with my friends on the ground with the other team, and yeah, that's good.
Okay, so there's no sledging out there. What about if your players? I saw yesterday you were under a lot of pressure. The whole team came under a lot of pressure, especially towards the last 3-4 overs that you were facing. But they all kept their composure. Every now and then there was a slip from somebody. You as a captain, how do you contain that? How do you contain them to keep them all positive, even at the worst, at the lowest ebb?
Do you mean in the first inning, the fielding?
Yes,
time?
yes.
Yeah. The main thing was what I noticed yesterday. My fielders, they were a little bit due to the weather. Also, they were a little
Fatigued.
bit down. Yeah, but they managed. They stood there, and yeah, we had during the last 3 overs we leaked a lot of runs on the boundaries. But seeing the target, honestly, I think they have made 184. That wasn't. I was like, okay, that score is manageable to chase. So I wasn't in much this one. But when we went to bat, getting Hiral out on the first 2-3 couple of overs, and then I was like, okay, now we have to stay and try to chase it out. And we got a few loose balls, and we tried to get boundaries from that. We maximized the balls
opportunities.
and yeah. And even we had a lot of wides. That also helped added to the score, 51 extras.
Yeah, so there were plenty of wides. Do you think the wides yesterday came because of the wind or just a loose hand?
I think wind was an added factor, and even the bowlers have to improve. There's a no.
They have to
doubt on
adjust,
that,
yeah.
they have to improve as well. But I can see for this, even though it's windy, the bowlers are bowling well. They're not giving much.
I agree.
extras.
I agree. Today the bowlers are more on target than yesterday. It's a straighter line.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a really bad day for wide balls, wasn't it?
Yes. Especially the fielding first. The team batting second, Lucille, they had given a lot of wides.
So let's come back here. Give us your thoughts on what's going on.
Elena leg spin, and Angeline, the striker, is a power hitter for our team. She mainly her role is to hit hard and get boundaries for us.
So we saw Angelina. She's an all-rounder because we saw her bowling earlier on.
Yeah.
She didn't have the same effect that she has with the bat.
Yeah, today I think she has worked well with the bat, and bowling also she's doing good. She's trying to.
And that's a great catch.
Good catch from her. She has done her work.
A super catch there. Sorry to cut you off.
It's Nilu who's out. Yeah.
So against all the odds, against the wind, the pressure, a super catch and raises a fist with the right hand. I've got it and it's clear in my hand. How does that feel for you?
These moments are very
rare.
It's rare, and you feel happy as a player getting these catches, and that I think she has caught it single-handed. And I think Nilu is walking back.
And a great knock by Nilu.
Yeah.
Now I think they are in trouble.
Yes, I think now they don't have batting side. We have Shruti, Angeline, and Nilu, and the one who's walking in is Nimra, a new player to the game.
She's new, but how good is she with cricket? Do you know? Has she played before?
She's a beginner. This is the first match ever she's playing, I think.
So Angeline is having a word to her. What would she be saying?
Give me the strike. That's it.
Well, she's going to have a strike for the next 6.2 overs.
Yes.
Well, let's see if that is the case. So Nimra is from where? What's her history? Do you know?
I think she she played with.
She's not-
she's still a student.
Yeah.
She's, I think, from Dukhan International School. New to the game. I think Angeline is her coach, the one who's batting, the
Yeah.
other side, the non-striker.
So do you have like individual coaches for individual players, or do you, how is that set?
Mostly, like for me, for the senior team, I think most of them go to one-on-ones with coaches.
Well, I can see that Angelina's her coach. She smashed that ball. She had no fear whatsoever.
Because they both stay in Dukhan, so they both only are in the nets. So they coach each other, I think.
So I think maybe Angelina has told her it's all right. You can have the strike. So it's 2 for 152 after 15 overs. A run rate of 10-13. Still under the required run rate of 14.49. Angelina on 4, and we've got Nimra new to the crease and new to cricket. We've been told. Hey, she looks very young. How old is she?
I think 15 or 16. I'm not
15
sure
or
about her
16.
age, yeah.
And you have like a pool of players at the moment. You expect that to increase year by year, you know, with the popularity of cricket. What is the association doing to increase that popularity and to bring players in?
We have twice a week coaching at Warriors, at Ideal Indian School. So every week we practice there, and as you see the matches going on now, this is an initiation, and I hope we have more leagues coming up in January for the same domestic league. And then school cricket, that is important. And even last year we had a CREO. It's a development from ICC, a coaching for the schools. So we had gathered the students and, you know, promoted cricket there.
How much assistance do you get from the ICC?
I'm not sure about the ICC.
Or do you know how much assistance the
No,
association gets?
I have no idea. That is with the top management.
With top we'll have to ask them when we get them in here. Maybe on finals day.
Oh, Nimra is playing good. New with the bat, she's doing good.
So what advice would you have to someone like Nimra?
Play fearlessly.
Play
Fearlessly.
Fearlessly.
See, don't get scared of the ball. Even if you're doing it wrong, attempt it. That's how you learn, right? So just, even she's a good bowler if you have.
We saw her bowl earlier this afternoon. And she's not holding back at all.
She's doing good.
As Angelina pounds one across the boundary.
Angeline can change the game for the side.
So Angelina, I understand she twice she was woman of the match at the ICC.
Yes. Yeah, against Singapore and Oman.
Yeah, was that for her batting?
For her batting and bowling as well. She's for both the matches she scored the winning run for us, Angeline.
Both times.
Yeah, for Oman and as well as for Singapore. Oh.
Oh. That's well played by both there.
Yeah.
We keep her sharp. And Angelina
Wicketkeeper is too quick.
aware to keep her foot. Sabija's got a good line here.
Yeah, Sabicha ma'am is she has played for Kerala, a state in India.
Okay.
She's from a very good. She has played a good standard of cricket there, and she is a good mentor for us as well, supporting us for our matches and giving her feedback and everything. So she's a good asset for Qatar cricket.
So there's the captain of Trumty.
Trupti.
So how was she? I heard she's a good mentor for you. How was she with the players?
She's good. She's the keeper for the national side, and she always encourages the players. She keeps them awake in the field as well. Good to have a keeper like Trupti in our team. And you can see she's too quick behind the stumps. So really,
She's I see her like a traffic cop. You know, she's telling everybody where to go and what to do, non-stop.
That's the duty of a keeper. You have to always speak and keep the team alive. But not when the bowler is on the run-up.
So with 4 overs remaining, we can probably confidently say that the match will be for the Bida, for the Bida Knights.
As of now,
You still have hope?
No, as of now, it looks like for Bida, but we have to wait for Angeline's strike. Even yesterday, the match we played, we even thought that the match is with Lucille.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And things changed the last minute.
Things changed, but we ran out of light. There could be another possibility tonight. And if they apply that same, if they apply the same DLS method today, I don't think.
The sun is still up.
Yeah, I don't think the Strikers will win based on that method today. Because their run rate is slower.
It's 9.73.
Yeah,
so
they
need 20 runs per hour.
It's much slower at the 18 overs. That's a slogging shot.
Oh, she missed a catch.
A lot of power with that in that shot. So this is the teacher and the student at the crease.
Yes,
Hey, very nice to watch.
You can say that.
And eventually the pupil will become the teacher, and so on and so on.
Aisha is bowling. Okay. She's a good bowler of line and length. She's a very dangerous bowler, Aisha.
She looks very dangerous. Alina looks dangerous.
Yes.
Who's the other bowler they have? The other spin bowler they have?
Sabisha.
Sadisha again, dangerous. I mean, these bowlers have actually been online most of the time.
Yeah. That's a boundary.
That's a huge hit. So Elena will be looking at a boundary of ball to get back into action. We'll give the mic over to Armstrong. We thank you very much, Aisha. Thank you for joining us here in the studio. It's been a pleasure talking to you and getting the insight of Qatar cricket. We wish you all the best in the tournament. No doubt we'll talk again. The national captain and the captain of the Walker Challengers, Aisha, with us, also the woman of the match last night, giving us the insights of cricket and Qatar cricket. Qatar cricket, from the sounds of things, is a booming investment. Mr. Armstrong?
So in 3 overs, the run rate required is 23 per over.
23
per over.
Wow. So like we said, Angeline must score a boundary a ball. 3 overs remaining, 2 for 165.
Khadija is back into the attack. First over was very expensive. Now, let's see. Oh, she's fighting back.
The sun slowly descending on the horizon in Doha.
Today we will have no issues regarding the light. But 3 overs remaining.
Two for 165. Al-Sad batting through Angelina and Nimra, and good running between the wickets. You are watching day 4 of the Women's T20 Domestic League, coming to you live from the Education City Cricket Ground. With you is Samuel Rico and Armstrong. Armstrong, a long-time journalist.
There's a call for stumping.
And Muhammad Usman, the umpire, rejects the call. Furkan Sengay there as well. And that's a massive hit over the bowler's end. And disbelief in the Bida camp as it rolls for a 4. Don't forget to join us next Friday and Saturday from 10 a.m. The matches will be played from 10 a.m. Be testing times for the players and teams next week. We hope you can join us. You need to adjust your clocks wherever you may be around the world. And if this is your first time watching, do hit that subscribe button to ensure you don't miss any Qatar cricket news, views and reviews. And that's punished. Angelina says there's no use running, that's going straight through under the fence and out. She goes into the rubble. You can also find us on our social media platforms, including Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. Don't forget to check out our application and download that. It's called Qatar Cricket. Two overs and a half remaining. The game's out of reach, very sadly, for the Strikers. Strikers lost the toss this morning and were asked to field. They had a massive tally to chase, 233. They currently sit on 179. Plenty of wickets at hand, but not enough balls. And that's put away. If Steve misses that, they'll go to the boundary, and that's exactly what happened. A powerful shot. So Angeline doing what she does best. I mean, I think this is what won her the Women of the Match in the ICC matches. When she smashed those balls. It's just my clock reminding me what time it is. Just keep me up to date so we know we're not running out of light too early. And that's over. 2 overs remaining, 2 for 184. Angeline sits on 30. Nimra, a late support and roll on 4. They need 25 run rate, 25 per over. It's not going to happen, is it? But a sterling effort from both teams. We had both openers hang in there for both sides. It was a tremendous effort. Still plenty of energy and excitement out there. Angeline now brings in some excitement. So the target is 50 runs in 2 overs. And that ball is high. And that's dropped.
It was a good effort to reach out to the ball within hands. She could not grab it. And so it went down.
The current partnership between Angeline and Nimra, 34 of 23. Nimra moves out of the way. Nimra Begum. New to cricket. Again, steps out of the way.
Please don't go anywhere. Join us very shortly for the Women of the Match award. A great award given to a fantastic player. And I'm Stephen Benevolina, but I am not the judge. Stay with us. Find out shortly.
Got it? Yeah. So only one player of the match. Match of the match. The manager is Naseem. Mohammed Naseem. You got this before.
confirm with him, Chris, we're on. Well, good evening. What a fun-packed day here at the Education City Cricket Ground. Al Sadd, they unfortunately have come off second best this afternoon slash this evening to the Bida Knights. The Bida Knights too strong, too powerful in the end. They scored 233. It was a hard chase. The Sadd team. And a round of applause for the Bida Knights. The Sadd team could only manage 2 for 198. A massive performance by Shruti, 82 of 49 runs. Nilu, great support and effort, 55 from 38. Well done, congratulations. And what can we say about the winning team and the performance from Alina? Alina 156 of 99. And Khadija 53 from 39, a partnership of 213 runs. So without further ado, let's introduce the player of the match, Miss Alina. Well, you know it. Come out here. Come out here, Alina. I'd also like to call out the team to award Mr. Naseem to make the award of the player of the match. Alina, a fantastic performance. I mean, 2 milestones, the first 100. How were you feeling out there?
Yeah, I was feeling really good today. I loved playing out there. I was seeing the ball pretty well towards the end. So yeah, I really enjoyed myself.
So towards the end, when you were there with Khadija was close to her 50. You were close to your 150. Were you talking about that?
Yeah, I think that was the main talk between us. I think when I reached my 150, Khadija, I was like, Khadija, you need to get your 52. So I think, yeah, that was the coordination between the two of us.
Well, congratulations to both of you. A sterling effort. Awesome. Great to watch. Well done. We can have the captain of the Bida team and the captain of the Al Sadd team. First, we'll have the Al Sadd come over here, Angeline. Angeline, commiserations first, but you didn't go out without fighting.
No, it was a hard game. Our fielding needed to do some work, and that we got a lot of extras on that. And from now on, we just have to work on fielding. Yeah.
Were you fatigued towards the end? I mean, you were out in the sun all day, then you had to run and bowl, do everything else that's required of you. How were you feeling mentally?
Mentally, it was tiring, but it was better than last week, and last week was not as fatigued as this week. I mean, this week wasn't as fatigued as last week.
That's last week. And the words are being jumbled, so you must be really fatigued. Stand over here. Let's call the winning captain up here. And look at that smile. You can do an ad for Colgate with that, yeah? Congratulations. Tell me, what's the euphoric feeling that you're going through?
Congratulations to first of all my team, and especially the big partnership with the Khatija and Alina. Then for second inning, we more concentrate on the bowling. First of all, no extras, and we are trying to stop the boundaries, and it's team efforts.
And when you saw Alina and Khadija performing out there and they got to that milestone, what was going through your mind over here at the stadium?
Oh, no, I was so happy. I was like, oh, they could have stayed until 20th. That's only my wish, and they did it.
So today's over. Next week brings the new challenge. How will you prepare for that?
No, for fielding side, still we did few mistakes. We need to work on that. So coming week we'll do practice. We will work on the mistakes which we did. That's only now plan in my mind for the upcoming match.
I wish you all the best. Both teams, thank you very much. There you have it, the Bida Knights victorious over the Al Sadd team. Make sure you join us next week. We start at 10 a.m. Don't forget, Friday and Saturday for the National League, the Women's T20 National League, coming to you live here from the Education City. Until then, I'm Sammy Rico. Good night.